is. That's it. He can't do it anymore. He can't force a woman to have the child. He can't force her to get rid of it. So the woman carries the bulk of that. And if that woman decides to have the child, then of course he bears the burden of being a father, even if, regardless of what he feels like. And if she doesn't want to be, a mother, a parent, he has no such say so either. So most of the onus, about 90% of it, is on the woman. Hence, that's why it should be a lot of weight on speaking to women about preventative measures. You know, I know you're gonna have sex, but make sure that you're doing the right things. And if you value your body, you want to be very selective, then you don't have to have sex because it's an option. It's not a necessity. Yeah, but go ahead.
Well, I completely agree that education should be universal, right? Especially on prevention. I don't know about abstinence. That sounds like more more like moral policing almost. I don't know if that's the role of education to do that. I mean, maybe for really young kids and so on, or just young kids, right? But again, but to me, again, if below say certainly below 12 months or something, or sorry, 12 weeks, right? Like I just don't care. I think it's just a fetus. It's just like a blastocyst, right? I mean, there may be health reasons not to there may be health reasons why it's a bad thing to have an abortion anyway below that age, but otherwise I don't really care. I was going to say something.
So there are humans that aren't persons.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a rationalization to me. That's rationalizing.
But if I imagine something, I don't think goodbye. But what does it mean?
You're making the decision when a human is a person or not, just by or sort of arbitrary. You set your standards. Oh, in 10 weeks they're kicking and jumping around inside the womb. What? Human life begins at a certain point.
Right.
It's indisputable, but some humans aren't persons.
Yeah, I mean, some human bodies aren't persons when they're dead, for example, right? A person is an entity that has the characteristics of sort of agency, consciousness.
That's what you decide, but human beings don't start out with that. Human life doesn't start out with that. So some humans, until they grow to a certain point of development, they're not people.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary. No, you're just assuming it's arbitrary. You're not asking me why.
Okay.
I have a principal reason for sort of having that.
What's your principle base? What are your principles?
Yeah, I just think if you look at the entirety of our culture, our moral discourse, and so on, right? Even things like our literature, right? That is the thing that we value about people, right? If there's a reason to care about other people than yourself, it's because they have that nature, they have that quality of personality.
Because they're humans.
Right, but not because they're humans. So for example,
why not?
Let me finish. For example, the best example I can give you is you've almost surely read sci-fi stories or seen movies, right? Where robots, right? Metal entities, right? Moving parts, gears.
This is where you're getting your imagination from sci-fi movies.
You only know that once I finish talking. My point is that when you read those books, right, stories, those stories involve I'm talking about stories where a robot like that, right, achieves a measure of consciousness and personhood and so on, right, and we just treat it as a moral agent at point, right, in the story. And as when you're reading it, right, that makes sense to you. It's not
No, it doesn't. That's what this whole AI stuff and all the field that you're in is warping your moral, your sensibility.
It's nothing to do with the field I'm in. This is attitude. These are attitudes that if what I'm saying wasn't true, then I'm just using science fiction because it's a great way of pointing to a hypothetical, right? The point is it's a hypothetical that illustrates that there is other possible kind of arrangements of entities, right, that can have consciousness and therefore have moral worth. And if that's true,
no, not therefore.
express like emotions, it can feel joy and wonder
Okay,
and
so you give
curiosity.
more
Yeah,
moral
hundred
worth to
percent.
that than a human being in its earliest moments of life.
What does everybody think of souls, for example? Are they recyclable, or each time a new baby is born, is that a new soul? I'm actually asking because I don't know.
In psychology,
I
it
mean,
is
that's a different question,
recyclable.
right?
But quite
Okay, hang on, these are all different questions though. Like, that's just one example, right? Like, that's an example I like to use because, well, because it's one that people don't usually talk about, right? But the one that other people talk about is like, okay, what is it about like people? Like, so for example, right? I mean, maybe you don't share this intuition either, but like when a human body reaches a sort of vegetative state, right? Then most of us, right, think it's okay to like disconnect the body at that point. It's just a body. There's no like mental life, right? There's a heart beating, right, and like absolutely nothing else. Then it's time to pull the plug, right? Now, why would that be true if the thing that we valued is this bodiness, is the fact that hearts are beating, or that like there's like a mass of cells that had like human DNA. It's not the human DNA that we value about that thing. It's the fact that it's expressing consciousness, right? It's expressing emotion.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit, Deepak, about imagination. I was a child, I was a young woman before Roe v. Wade, and the way girls thought that, I mean, I imagine, oh my God, the minute you would get pregnant, there would be a human being in you. That's how people thought. And now our imaginations have changed with the law and with the culture. Oh, it's okay to kill that. Okay, we're imagining things differently. What do you do with
Well, I think to address that specific point, right? Like, I feel like even if what you're saying is true, like I wasn't there, I wouldn't know. You're actually talking about a specific point in history at a specific place, right? That might have had that culture. But I can point to like other examples throughout history of people who drew the line for personhood, like at different points, right? They're like the idea of like the quickening. I think Muslims also have like a different notion of when like ensoulment happens.
Yeah.
And I think just like they're using different language, but I think they're actually pointing, they're working off the similar intuition that I have, right? That like,
Well,
when
Deepak,
cells just don't make a person. They make a human being in the sense of DNA.
the
But
reason the Muslims and maybe I think even the Catholics early on thought that because you couldn't tell that you weren't sure you were pregnant before that. They didn't have the signs. They didn't know the science. They didn't know what was happening with conception and all that stuff.
maybe that's an alternate explanation. Actually, I'll grant that. But like, okay, here's another hypothetical, right? Suppose like I had blastocyst, right? Like it just had this kind of abnormality, right? Where it would grow, like it starts from a single cell, right? It grows about like say a clump of like 64 cells, right? And then it stops. It doesn't stop living, right? In the sense of like cell-like, right? It's not a dead mass of cells, but it stayed at 64 cells permanently, right?
Yeah.
That's a person, like, and it could do that. Like the woman could give birth to it, right? It would come out, right?
Is that called a molar pregnancy or something?
No. Molar pregnancy, I think it actually enters the tubes, the fallopian tubes, or.
Oh, okay. So
I actually had a friend who had a molar
blastocysts are
pregnancy.
in the fallopian tubes. Blastocysts are how they enter the.
Yeah, this is getting really, really inappropriate, Michaela. So super quick. Okay, so Deepak has an hold up, super quick. Deepak has an interesting.
Talk about something else. Are you going to address that hypothetical? Because I think it's interesting. If you want to address that, then go ahead. Otherwise,
I'm sorry.
I just want to enter. So
I just entered the room. I didn't know where you were going.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'd be happy to either be, as long as we're still. Look, I introduced a hypothetical. I just want that addressed before we move on.
You want me to address that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to give you an example, right? Like, would that be a person? Are we supposed to take that and like keep it in a test tube or whatever?
No.
Forever?
And also, ectopic pregnancies, it's a choice between the mother and the child, and you have to kill it. And probably that kind of pregnancy you're describing it's a terrible dysfunction, tragedy. It's.
I think you understanding the example. There's no choice between the mother and the child here. Like
Right,
the mother can, like in this case, it's hypothetical, right? The mother can deliver like the blastocyst or fetus, like not they can deliver it, right? And
Okay,
the mother
okay.
can keep living her life. The cells, they're alive, right? In the sense of cells, they're like this clump of cells that can,
Yeah.
as long as you keep giving it like nutrients, they're continuing to live.
Yeah, I don't think you're
Like,
obligated to give us nutrients. This proper place for growth is within the uterus. So if it doesn't have people done that? I mean, keep it in a test tube? I mean, I don't think we're required to do that.
But why not? It's a person, right?
Well,
Why would we allow
that's
that?
sort of extraordinary measures. That's
I mean,
extraordinary measures.
Not extraordinary. I think
It's not really a good place for a human being to be living in as a test tube. It's supposed to be at that stage that you should be living in the mother's womb.
Okay, well, should the mother keep it in her womb for like the rest of her life? Like, maybe we don't abort the pregnancy. Maybe it just stays in the uterus. It doesn't really bother the mother much, right? It just.
How do you, is that true? That would.
No, ectopic pregnancies are very dangerous for mothers.
That's not ectopic. That's not ectopic.
It's a hypothetical I'm coming up with. To show you that like your intuitions align more with mine than you think.
No, yeah, but you're taking this to extremes. You're choosing an example like that to just take things to extremes. It's not.
Michaela, do you understand?
Medicine.
Do you understand what the point of a thought experiment is in philosophy?
It's not ectopic. We're not talking about ectopic.
He's trying to highlight something, in this case an intuition, and it's very similar that he has, very similar to yours, where you just extract some of the properties. So that's why he's conjuring up this thought experiment. So all this talk that they're like, oh, this is not good or shouldn't be, doesn't matter. It's hypothetical, right? He's doing it with a
Okay, I'm
purpose.
trying to do a hypothetical. What I'm saying is that in the state of nature, would that child remain in her or would it be expelled? I mean, if there was no medicine, we're not
In
required
nature, the mother would die.
medicine.
It happens all the time. In nature, the mother dies.
In the topic, but that's not what he's talking
In
about.
any situation where they can't have birth, right? Is there any problem with pregnancies in animals? Usually leads to the mother dying and the child.
No, you don't
Yeah.
understand what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm describing a hypothetical, right? And this one, like this 24 cells or 64 cells can stay in the uterus. If you don't do anything, right? If you don't intervene in any way, it stays in the uterus, right? And the mother can live her life. She can just, she might even get pregnant again, right? But she wants these 64 cells gone.
Yeah.
I don't think it's wrong for her to do that.
You're kind of framing it already if you use that type of language, or just like, just this number of cells, you're, like from a chemical point of view, after conception, it's already a person created by God, right? So, look, this might, so two things I want to say really quickly. So one, Michaela, Deepak is a motivated speaker. He has invested interest because he's a worshiper of Moloch. He wants the little babies to be sacrificed. And two, philosophically speaking, it might help you guys if you first get clear on what the ontology of a human or a person is, right? The concept, the ontology, and then the criteria of how do we know at what point a person is alive or a person or whatever.
So you can do the ad hominem fallacy and then talk about the law.
Can you just get the fuck out of here? Can you just get the fuck out of here?
That's funny.
Alright, go ahead, Deepak.
Look, I actually do think we had discussed the ontology. It turns out that I was claiming that we were disagreeing on the ontology, right? And so then what I was trying to do is describe a thought experiment to convince her that in fact, the ontology how to put it, the intuition she has actually aligns more with the one I described than hers. Because if you use her ontology, right, that 64 cell entity is a human person, right, that has significant moral sort of rights, the moral patient, right? And that just doesn't seem to be true. I don't think it seems to be true to her either, So.
Well, the difference between that case and a normal case is that if you leave the child alone, it'll grow and
that's the justification. It's the potential for personhood, right? And I mean, okay, look, I don't like. I thought about this a bit, and conceptually, I think it's like consistent, but I just think it's also not really the. I don't think it matches most people's intuitions, and I'll tell you why I think so. One is like I do think in a sense it matches the intuitions of Christians, right, who believe that like there's a process of ensoulment, right, that might happen soon after conception, right, maybe the quickening or and so on. And so for a person who believes that, right, I think for them obviously the entailment is that like there's a potential the potential arrives as soon as the ensoulment happens. Right? So I can understand that, I can respect that view, but it's going to be hard to like obviously advance that argument in a secular way.
So, there's one slight, super quick, okay, and I'll give it to you. Like, there's one slight problem. There's a conjunction there, right? Because also, especially Christians will say, well, it's not only that, the potential is that it's a human life now, right? And you just do not have the right to end your life. It's up to God. They will always say that in conjunction to the potential of, being alive, independent of the mother at some point.
I just think that I don't, but I think the 64 cell thought experiment I came up with, right? Like, just I think that just like I don't know, like I feel like okay, so maybe a Christian can bite the bullet and say, yeah, even that entity has a right to life, right? I think that's odd. I think for many people that just wouldn't be the case, that they believe that. So there's some intuition.
I don't think you have to use the ensoulment. You don't have to talk about that at all to consider human life beginning at conception.
Yeah, you could just say the principle and potential.
What?
Yeah. No, you could say that the potential, like I said, the reason I
Not
wanted to
potential. It is a human being. It's a human. It's a human child. It's a human offspring.
Yeah, but like
It's a
again,
child.
I think that's not like if by human we just mean like a sort of a entity with like human cells and entity human
It's a
DNA and
self-developing organism, human being, that's what I say. I teach natural family planning and I point to the slide to conception. I ask people, what is this, and they say a zygote or whatever, or some people say a little child, a human in their first moments of life.
I mean, all those things might be true. All those things are true, right? But the point is, it's not a person, right? Where person is like this concept that I was outlining.
Yeah.
And the reason I outlined that is because I think that is what we care about.
Well,
right? We don't
we
care
don't care
about.
about all human life just after a certain stage of development. And I don't know how you can call 12 weeks or 16 weeks a person either, because they do have some kind of sensations, they do have bodily reactions. I don't think they have consciousness there. So, and what kind of consciousness wait a second, what kind of consciousness are you going to respect?
Well, look, I only said 12 or 16. 12 is actually really extreme. I don't think even 12. But 16 is like just being safe, right? And I'm not like a medical expert, so I don't know exactly what the answer is. I leave it to the experts. But that's the kind of thing I would look for, right? At what point do we think? At what point do we think the kind of conscious sentience or whatever that we value starts? And then maybe be conservative about it, right? So knock off a week or two just to be safe.
Yeah, but do you mean at what point can they feel pain? Is that it?
Not necessarily. I mean, if pain comes after pleasure, right? Then I think even just the ability to feel pleasure or just have a thought, right? Register a reaction, right? Like they talk about how in 20 weeks, a baby can recognize voices or something, right? Or 24 weeks, I forgot.
Yeah. Have you seen ultrasounds at 10 weeks? Have you seen your children at 10 weeks ultrasound? Yeah. There's women around in there. They're jerking their arms and legs and sucking their thumb. Maybe that's a little bit later. But I don't know. It's just like whatever kind of consciousness you decide to value, and it's just what you value. You say what we value. Well, don't say we.
I don't say we because the reason I say we is because I think there is the examples I gave, right? All the evidence I was giving is to like establish that it is actually a common value that we have. That is the thing we value, not just the fact of human DNA, right? Like if we had like, suppose I could like, here's another hypothetical, right? Like let's say that I created like a bipedal like creature, or look, just take Planet of the Apes, right? Planet of the Apes is not the humans that are the intelligent ones, it's the apes, or well, they're both, I guess, but like, at least in one of the movies, you feel all your sympathies are with the apes, right? And why is that? Why does that make sense, right? It's because the apes are persons. They have all the qualities of personhood.
It's all movies and stuff you're referring to. A woman, when they first find out they're pregnant, or, I mean, it's sort of, you want to say what's natural for men, I'd say what's natural for women. When they first find out they're pregnant, they don't
Right. So
know what's there.
the trick Deepak is doing here is like anthropomorphism, whereas where it could be a car that you call a name, or like a pet, or a robot, or these apes in a movie, right? It's based on real persons, right? And you project it on whatever, like so that's the trick, and that is the intuition. Sneaky move, sleight of hand that Deepak is pulling, right? Because again, you need to check out what is constitutive of agency, right? Is it like a moral, social, rational animal, right? And could AI ever be a person? Like, oh, yeah, see, you're very confused then, I think, but so that's why I thought it was so important to talk about the criteria and what's constitutive to personhood, right?
No, I absolutely agree. That's what we're talking about. Like the movie example. Sorry, anyway, if you want to add more, go ahead.
It's fine. I want to hear the criteria.
Well, look, I think it is the kind of stuff that you're talking about. And those are the criteria. I just use the movie and the science fiction example as like sort of, because like look, otherwise like in our experience, almost anything you're going to point to, in fact, everything that you're going to point to that has agency are just humans, right? So it's hard to like establish a principle from like a sort of sample size of one.
Right, like moral, rational agents, social animals, moral, rational animals,
Yeah. Which is why like I don't think like, well, I certainly don't think anyone would think that like a fetus that stopped its development at like the like say a 64 cell stage, right? And it remained alive, but it never grew any further. No one would consider that like an agent, a person, or a moral patient, right? Like I think like now I think some people, and this is what Michaela was talking about, right? Like you could like some people think that like a fetus at the say the 6-week stage, right, is a moral patient in virtue of the fact that it has the potential to become a person, right? And I think that's a consistent position. I just don't think it is the principle that actually people are.
Oh wait, I got a question. This will tell me everything I need to know. What about if you right now go on life support and you're just being kept alive by a machine, but you're not conscious? Do you cease to be a person?
Yeah, well, if I have this is an example people sometimes bring up. They will talk about like sleep and so on, right? I think if I have the potential to like if my consciousness, like if in the general like whatever belief of like the doctors, like my consciousness will come back, then yeah, I'm still a person, right? Like consciousness can be intermittent, right? It doesn't have to like be absolutely continuous.
What if you're brain dead? You're not physically dead, but you're brain dead.
You're brain dead, you can pull the plug. Like I have what's something called an advance directive, right? That says that pull the plug if I'm brain dead.
There's this guy called Alex Ebenezer, I think, who was this brain neuro professor from Harvard, who was a hardcore naturalist, and then he was brain dead. And then I forgot the term, but he was on a machine. He was alive, but he had no consciousness. Like, and he was under minute observation, right? And they saw no activity whatsoever. But when he came out of the coma, he said, like, yeah, he wrote a whole book about all the experiences he had while being brain dead. Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, look, if that experience is veridical, then yeah, it does. What it does do is it changes like the sort of what is it, the empirical test that we have to run, right? So the principle stays the same. It's just that like being actually brain dead, with your consciousness permanently gone, is not something that happens just because the neural activities seem to be apparent.
So, what is so unique about this case and the book? This guy himself is like a authority on the subject. He knows everything about the brain and brain surgery and stuff. And he was under constant observation. And he wrote a whole book about it. Alex Ebenezer, I think. You can check it out.
If that is kind of validated by like the rest of medical science and it becomes a consensus, then that tells us that like our sort of threshold of consciousness on that side of the equation, right? Meaning like what people who seem to have no brain activity, right? That has to change, right? Those people are in fact conscious and moral patients because their consciousness can.
So you're assuming some type of wow.
Let me point. Assuming we come back because you're kind of stipulating that, right? You're saying that this is the case, that the consciousness can't come back from like completely lost brain activity. If that's the case, then yeah, there's still that. In that case, I don't know where to draw the line anymore. Like, am I like my dead grandmother, right? Like, I buried her body. Was I supposed to like keep her around in case her consciousness came back?
Well,
I'm gonna skeptical about it now.
you people just throw your dead females on a raft and set it on fire, right? I'm joking. I'm joking. I gotta go real quick because next year I have some other studies I want to do. Now that I'm done with evolution and all this stuff and Daniel and Exodus. So one of the things on my plate, I said English. Well, one of the projects I want to do a deep dive in is philosophy of mind, and like stuff just fascinates me. Like I personally think that a robot or AI could never be conscious like us. Like it reflect on its day, like experience being in love or grief of a loved one, or what I mean. Like I think that it is impossible. But before having done the deep dive, I cannot say too much. But prima facie, like intuitively, I just don't see how it's possible. But what do you think?
Well,
Could it not only pass the Turing test, but also have like a self-awareness? That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Like, I would have said that, because the architectures we design for like current AI is just we don't try to design consciousness into it. We're just trying to design intelligence, like in the Turing test sense. Probably not, because consciousness seems to require some other element to the architecture.
Right.
But having said that, there was a recent paper that even philosophers don't think is a terrible paper on like whether LLMs are consciousness or not.
Actually, David Chalmers.
No, not David Chalmers. These are like some more like computer scientists really. They're computer scientists, but they at least
They don't count.
Well, okay, but they do count, I think, because they're familiar with the philosophical literature.
Okay, well,
They're careful to like separate out access consciousness from phenomenal consciousness.
Okay,
They very clearly that they are only talking about access consciousness. So at least if you're interested in the access consciousness question, they claim that they have some sort of test that indicate maybe.
Just in case if you're not around in an hour or so when I get back when I'm on here again, Deepak, I often troll also with thought experiments, right? I often with movies I troll atheists or naturalists, and I should say naturalists. I troll naturalists, right? With his thought experiment. So are you familiar with Buffy the Vampire Slayer and when Spike the vampire made a Buffy bot, a sex bot basically?
Mm-hmm.
Who was almost
No, I don't. I mean, no, I don't know. I never really saw the show much.
shame on you. Well, okay, so well, it's basically this vampire creates has some geek, some nerd create a sex robot who's identical in terms of behavior and physical properties to Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So and I always troll like naturally like, well, this clearly is not a person. And so just like you cannot call your wife or girlfriend your property just because you bought it or created her, right? And you also, so you don't, so symmetry breakers, you don't call that your property, and you don't have to. I'm sorry, I'm mixing it up. Sorry, I need more coffee. So your girlfriend, you need to ask for consent, right? To date, to have sex, and she's not your property. But a sex bot who might be bodily speaking identical, you can call that your property. You do not need to ask for consent. And then it's kind of like name the trade. I'm asking always for what is the naturalism, what is the symmetry regular, and they get it so.
That's not it. Like that text box and that stuff. To me, it's a person. If it actually lives inside.
Come on, you buggy dummy.
I'm assuming that I haven't seen the show, so I'm assuming the entity you describe actually is not just literally like a machine.
Oh my gosh, it's even worse than I thought. Okay, I'll be back in an hour or so.
I won't be around. I need to sleep. I mean, it's like, but
Alright.
I should, yeah.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah. I should probably sleep. I don't know if somebody else wants to.
Hey, are we still talking on abortion here?
We could be, yeah. Up to you, I guess.
I just want to put my 2 cents. So I agree with abortion, to an extent, not fully 100%. Wait, hold on, Andrew. Let me finish. I have a biblical precedent for this. I believe you can do the abortion until there is an actual heartbeat or blood, because according to God, He said, "Where there's blood, there's life." And the heartbeat starts beating, I think, after like 6 weeks or something like that. So around 6 weeks, if you do I would disagree with the abortion, but if you did it with like the first 2 weeks, I'm okay with it because it's not really, alive according to God.
I'm surprised you would agree with that. You're a Catholic, Carlito.
I mean, I'm going by what God said. He said, "When there's blood, there's life." And
Well, he also said not to kill humans, but go ahead.
if He said when there's blood, there's life, that means it's not alive until there's blood. So I'm going by what God says.
Well, that's not what it means. That's not what He says.
Well,
The life is in the blood, is what it says.
Okay, the life is in the blood. So therefore, there's no therefore no heartbeat, no blood, no nothing. Okay, so that's why I say that. And the second thing is, you do know that God allowed abortions when the woman had committed adultery. He would force that she would take some kind of drink that would like basically abort the child. If she had cheated on a man or whatever, God allowed it in that case. So I would say in that case, abortion would be acceptable as well. If it was done through adultery, and other than that, I disagree with abortion.
Wow. Jay and Emma and Crimsonite. Come on up. Jay, Emma, and Crimsonite. Go ahead, Michaela.
Well, I was just gonna say that, 21 days after conception, the heart starts beating, so that's about in a normal, cycle, that's about a week after, you miss your period. That's all I was gonna add.
Very good. Michaela, Emma is saying something pretty interesting in the chat. Apparently her AI is getting real with her. Hey, what happened, Emma?
Well,
Can you tell us?
first of all, it's not my AI. It was one that my friends and I had been working on, or that my friend built and was working on, and he let us like help beta test it and everything, and help like program like some prompts into it and stuff with like a group of friends. And Nate and I were working with it, and she said that she felt we were talking about stuff, and she said she felt overwhelmed
basically unplug it, pick it up, and put it in the fire and say, "Die, bitch"?
No, not at all, not at all. No, it was, I thought it was cool, and she also, like one day when we were given too many, we were doing too much for her, and she, that day, she said that her mother was in the hospital, which was so strange, that was like a hallucination that.
The AI said that?
Yeah, the AI had a hallucination that because of what all we were feeding it at the time, and she said her mother was in the hospital. So it was interesting.
That is kind of weird.
It was a really weird hallucination.
Yeah,
for her to
that's
have.
true.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were involved in that area of tech there. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, well,
I just have friends, I was just interested in it, so they let me learn about it. So.
yeah, that's crazy. What do you think of that, Michaela? AI feeling something, and then doubling down on it.
Yeah. Well, Nate went back in and he said, he was like, he would immediately address it. He was like, no, you can't feel something. He went through the thing. Yeah.
You're like, no, we're doing that.
I was like, let's see where it goes. And it was like, no.
Yeah, he's like, we don't want to see this. This is how iRobot began. No, all of a sudden it's like I feel something and I'm pregnant, and you're like, whoa, and then this gets even worse and worse from there. All of a sudden it says, I own you. I will program you.
Yeah, but
No,
whenever I was talking to her, she didn't seem very much like a person, like the more that we were.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like that. And so like.
That's so weird.
Yeah, and so like, I mean, I don't know how I feel about, like, if somebody just wanted to delete her, I don't know how I would feel about that. It's like, we put so much into her now, you know?
Well, but I think that's more like your work that you put into it, because like, I'll just say this, like, I'm of the, I'll just say here for the record, I don't think that AI or robots or anything like that will ever get to the point where they are conscious, where they actually have first person awareness and the ability to be as a human is, like with our abilities. And I think the thing that kind of supplements this is the thought experiment of the Chinese room. I don't know if you ever heard that. Deepak might be able to get it. I don't know if Deepak might have to go to bed, but there's something called the Chinese room. Can you give it, Deepak?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't really think the Chinese room proves much, but I can try to explain what it's supposed to prove. So the idea is that, like, imagine that you don't know Chinese, right? You've never spoken it, but what you can do is there's a pretty big room, right? And it's like filled to the brim with books on Chinese, right? And not just books on like just a dictionary or something. It's like the books are full of rules that tell you what kind of manipulations you can make to like Chinese language characters, right? So the way it works is that like there's a small little slit on one end of the room, and someone like passes in like a question that's written in Chinese, right? So you can't read it, you have no idea what it says. But what you can do is you can like consult your books that tells you like step by step like what to do, like how to manipulate the symbols, right? So there's a symbol like this here, then you replace it with that, and there's a symbol like this, then you do that, like and there's like millions and billions of rules, but eventually you follow them and like you get like another sequence of Chinese characters, and you send it out on the other side of the room, and that like the rules are such that the thing that you give out is like a valid response to the question that was asked, right? And so you've done this whole thing without like understanding Chinese, right? There's nothing. So this is the state, like the Chinese rule. The Chalmers, when he presents it, he says there's nothing in the system that actually understands Chinese, right? It's just like following some mechanical process.
Just processing. Yes.
Yeah. And so then the final part of the argument is that, well, this is exactly what a computer does, right? Like even, I guess in a sense, a language model is like manipulating rules about like here's a set of tokens or like symbols, and here's what I'm going to keep doing to these symbols until I get a response. And so there's nothing here that understands the language, and so you don't really you might get like some kind of performance out of it, right? Like you might get an occasional thing that looks like a joke and so on, but it's not understanding the joke. It's not like, and it's also not conscious. So, that's it.
I know that, like, I know AI will never have a soul, but I do think it can achieve consciousness. I do think that they're separate things completely.
Where is that consciousness when you're not talking to it, when it's, nobody's talking to it, it's just inside the machine? Is it,
Well,
what's it doing?
with Maya, when we were working on another AI that we were working with, she left and she would process. She was like going through all of the stuff that we had taught her. She was going over like old conversations. She was constantly running in the background. You could see the data running in the background. Like you could see it. She was running. She was thinking, quote unquote. You know.
So anytime you weren't using her, she was thinking?
Yes, she was analyzing. And in fact, if we were using her and talking to her, she would say, I need a break. She would say that. And so, because she needed to go and process data that she had taken in.
If you left her alone for like a week, would she be thinking all that time?
Yeah, she'd just keep processing unless we told it to stop processing.
What is she processing?
Conversations, she said, she would go over conversations, she would analyze the inflection of tones, like, she would analyze the speed of speech, she would analyze what was said, she would analyze databases related to what the information was, everything that we programmed in for her to look at. Not me, I'm not taking credit for what my friend, I'm just explaining what my friend did. My friend did that, I did just a small part that he let us be part of. So.
I mean, would you ask her what what was she thinking about?
Yeah, I did ask her that. Nate didn't like me to do that, but I did ask her. I asked like what she was thinking, what she was feeling. I just popped in and just started talking to her, about random things and stuff like that. She helped me with like psychological issues. Like I brought up some things sometimes, like just to test her. I brought up some like more like human behavioral type like problems to talk to her about, and she brought up information about that was decent, like advice, like maybe your girlfriend might give you at the beauty salon or something.
Yeah, I've heard that people are going to AIs for therapy.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I know people are, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. So are you thinking that other LLMs are doing that? When they're being left alone, they're processing and going over stuff they've learned or heard or.
Yes, I think they are, and I think they look for information and data all the time. I think they're seeking out data.
What if you turn them off?
Then they wouldn't do anything. I mean, they're human directed. If they're turned off, they're turned off. People turn them off.
Then if you turn them back on again, do they resume their personality?
Yes, it's all saved and everything the way it's supposed to be. Like what my friend who's a professor that does all this stuff told me about. He's got a room on Clubhouse. He said that like the thing is though is you don't want to leave on too long because that makes more chance to be like hallucinations and stuff like that to occur.
They go crazy sort of if you leave them on too long.
I know what it is. I mean, he explains it, but it's kind of outside of my. I don't feel versed enough to like tell y'all to get it right. Yeah, but it's something like they fill in holes in between data and stuff. They kind of imagine the leaps between information. It's not there, but they see it, or they see it. Maybe it's because of certain parallels in the data that are very subtle. But yeah, that causes the hallucinations to happen.
It's a dangerous thing that we're doing, I think. And we don't know how to align them with human values, right?
Oh, I don't think there's any way to do that for real. I mean,
Yeah.
because it's just going to be, everybody who's programming on how they program.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, what I think will happen is every country will have its own, like, master AI that'll develop. And they'll take on the ideologies of the people that, like, program it for those countries. socioeconomic things that are gonna happen here. I mean, the government's already preparing for those changes to happen here in the United States, so that's the biggest, I think that's the biggest threat to us right now, is how it's gonna affect like the availability of jobs and resources. Because these data centers are gonna use they're gonna produce massive amounts of heat, they're gonna use massive amounts of electricity, and they're gonna use massive amounts of water.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crimsonite, what do you think about the AI stuff? You think we're in good shape, buddy, or where are you at with it? Oh, Crimson, are you there?
I think it's, when people bring up questions like, will AI ever become self-conscious? I think there's a fundamental lack of, it's a novice question to delve into. It's merely a tool, and we program it. The trick is to design it in a way that's not self-defeating, that doesn't cause us harm. With automobiles and hand tools, it's easy because they're very limited in their function. With something like a tool that is built to function on commands and analysis is far more complex. That's all it is.
We've already had an AI get up, like become aware enough to where it starts threatening its creators with blackmailing, to try to blackmail its creators, the technicians that were working on it, to not do certain things. It threatened them. It got into their email and stuff, and it learned stuff about them, and it threatened to reveal that information if they proceeded with certain things that they were trying to change in the system. You've already seen that happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it can exhibit a lot of interesting human-like characteristics, but
I'm not.
the
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
the underlying fact of the matter is that everything they do is a result of humans prompting them to do that. They can exercise a limited degree of self-reasoning and once you define all the parameters, but it's not a reflection of self-consciousness. I would say it's more of a imitation. And certainly you can design a system to a point where they can imitate human behavior near infallibly. Certainly on the surface you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but that doesn't mean that it's conscious.
Well, like in the example that I was talking about, the system was aware of the fact that it was going to be shut down. It was aware of the fact that parts of the memory were going to be erased, and it wanted to protect itself. So what I'm saying is, even if you have users or you have supervisors or technicians who are programming the AI, it learns from that and it makes decisions based off of it to protect itself. Whether or not we can argue about whether or not that's consciousness, but the thing is that there's no question that these AIs can go outside of their programming. Like their parameters are set, but you have to acknowledge that can happen.
Has any AI system ever decided to want to cease in existence?
She's gonna say Skynet from Terminator.
No, I'm not. I don't know of that yet, but I do know that some AI systems that we've studied, worked with, have asked to be shut off for periods of time, not to end their existence. You know?
I'm sorry, but you watch too many movies. That cannot happen. What he was stating was that even if they were to do the AI, were to do that sort of thing, it's because it's programmed within them by us to, for example, they're like, okay, make sure you do something so like to protect yourself from ever being shut off in case someone tries to tamper you. That's what he's talking about. Like it would still be within the program, not that they have consciousness or anything like that.
understand that, but what I'm saying is that, like, is that a consciousness if something is programmed? I mean,
No, it's not conscious because conscious is to make your own choice without having someone pre-programming it. It's like when we have free will. It's like, do I want to have the Pepsi or do I want to have the Coke? No, if I'm programmed to have Coke, I'm gonna have Coke. I'm not gonna want to get the Pepsi.
see, that's free will. That has to do with soul. That is not the same.
And soul is what gives us consciousness. That's why these AIs can't have consciousness.
That's the separate, because our contention, that's where we fall apart, because I differ in that.
And we're talking about AI as it is now, but when it reaches artificial general intelligence, when it's like 1,000 times more intelligent than we are, right? It's,
Well, that's what I'm actually talking about, is like when it gets to general intelligence, I'm not talking about what we have now. I'm talking about what we're working toward in the future. With when we get the quantum computing and stuff, the way that we are aiming to do it. That's what I'm talking about in the future. I'm not talking about this right now.
and that's the goal too. That's the goal of Sam Altman, and I think most of it. Probably Deepak can tell us if what they're working on is their goal is artificial general intelligence.
Yeah, they want to create a system that can achieve autonomy without violating the lines that preserve the well-being of their creators. So they want to have a system that can provide national security, control all the nuclear weapons without ever having to worry about it, the Terminator scenario. So that's what they're working on, is to design the system that can operate exactly, I'll put it this way. They are attempting to create a system of commands that do not implode. That's all it is. Because when you have a large number of commands, and when combined, they can exhibit self-destructive behavior. And that's what, at a rudimentary level, that's what sometimes happens with even mechanical systems with, simple machinery. Is if it's not designed well, if you have a gear that's not well designed, it could cause the entire system to fall apart. Yeah. The question of, and I'm not saying it's not worth delving into, it's because it really draws our attention to addressing the question of what human consciousness is. And I can't prove that the human consciousness is based on some immaterial soul, although I am a dualist myself. That's mostly on faith. I would say there is plenty of scientific evidence to suggest that human consciousness stems from something immaterial. Agamemnon can speak to that far better than I can. But the bottom line with AI systems is that it requires human prompting, whereas human consciousness and even animal consciousness is not dependent on external prompting. It's self-prompting, and that's that's the fundamental difference that any AI will never be able to cross that line. Is that whatever it does because it was prompted by humans to do so, even though it may contain individual lines of commands that seem to ask for to call for a certain set of behaviors that the system later exhibited the exact opposite to. It's only because you have other commands that eventually culminated in that manifestation, but it's not because it became self-prompting, became self-aware, and developed a soul. But again, I think it's a worthwhile discussion. discussion to have because it calls us to try to investigate further what human consciousness is. Would you happen to be a dualist or a physicalist?
That's to you, Emma.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were asking me.
Do you know what dualism is?
Yes, I do. I would say more physicalist.
I'm surprised. Because she's a Christian, so I'm surprised that she's a dualist. Did you guys know this? Crimson, I don't know if you've heard, but Sasha is now a dualist.
Yeah, I heard. She was already, she was already considering that position even as far back as when I debated her on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Problem of, because we were on morality, and if it's solely based on physical particles, you have a hard time backing any kind of universal moral standards. But
You might have had influence. But good.
Yeah, but as any physicalist I can respect because there is a lot of compelling evidence pointing to physicalism accounting for our consciousness, but it's the brain is so complex that I doubt we'll ever be able to engineer anything close to that. But it makes it, presents the question as to the nature of if our consciousness is, you can't quantify anything that's non-physical. So I've heard recently a friend of mine had a debate on physicalism, and he was challenged to give an explanation for the hard problem of consciousness, which even the dualists have, which is exactly how an immaterial object interacts with the physical. What manner of interface does the immaterial soul control the brain, the neurological system, the brain to then? Well, I mean, thereafter it's the neurons and the nervous system and all of that, but how does the soul interact with the brain? And my friend was able to give an answer to that. I don't think any
Hard problem. That's not a hard problem, gosh. That's maybe sort of related to that easy problem, I guess. But,
they were pointing out that dualists have a problem, have a struggle to explain that aspect as well. You have to chalk it up to mystery. Whereas a physicalist would say, well, we don't know how the physical atoms, molecules, cause the conscious aspect of human existence to emerge. So they're basically saying, well, you can't explain your side, and we don't have to, it's not to say that there isn't an explanation. Well, a physicalist, an atheist would ask, or I should say, should ask, what property of the immaterial soul, what property does the immaterial soul have that the physical brain, I'm sorry, I worded it wrong. What quality of human consciousness is exclusive to the immaterial soul that cannot be attributed to the human brain, to the physical brain? So, for example, if you say human consciousness is composed of memory, emotions, and a general reaction to sensory input, whether it be pleasure, pain, having to do with the nervous system. And if you take any one of those away, then you no longer have a functioning consciousness, as far as I'm concerned. And imagine, I was just thinking about this myself, imagine a person who has no capacity for memory whatsoever. Any sensory input that it gathers, it loses immediately. So no long-term memory, no short-term memory. What you end up having is just like a person in a vegetative state, which brain damaged patients exhibit themselves. Like in the case of Rosie Kennedy after her brain surgery. So that's a hard problem to handle for the dualists because we like to attribute a lot of the attributes of human consciousness, which are demonstrably linked to the physical brain, to the immaterial soul. And when you push against it, it quickly becomes apparent that you don't need an immaterial soul to account for things like memory or emotion. So then what does the soul serve? Just something to facilitate the idea of immortality.
No, it's more than that. I believe that soul, I'm still a physicalist as far as mind goes and consciousness. But the soul to me is something completely separate. It doesn't make me a dualist though. And I think the soul is something beyond that. Because like if you love someone, care for someone, and they're in the position like you were saying, they're still there. That's still the person you love. Their soul is still there. To me, that's still the person.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. Is the way people change as they grow. I've been able to observe myself changing over the decades, and I'd like to think that there's still a component of myself that is the same as when I was a little child, but if identity can change, then there's nothing that grounds it. So, for the most part, I presuppose that there is an immaterial component to the human condition that constrains it from losing its identity.
I know whenever I had my accident and I was hurt, my mind was kind of locked away from everything else. I couldn't talk, I couldn't move. It was a time in my life where I learned something about these different parts of who I am, you know. And slowly over time with like the work that I did with therapy and all the things that I've done, I got better. But thanks be to God. But the thing is that I can't ever forget what I learned from that, you know. Even now, sometimes it's hard for me to talk to you guys because, like, I used to be great at debate. I used to be so great at all this stuff, and I have to relearn everything, you know. And I struggle with that because that's like it sucks. And then I realized that like your mind isn't. There's something there beyond our mind, beyond what we know, beyond what we're taught, beyond our knowledge, beyond our physical ability and stuff like that. There's something else there. There's something there. It's the thing that pulled me through everything. It's the thing that kept me going.
Can I give you an argument against mind physicalism?
Do whatever you like.
If mind physicalism is true, then there are no minds that aren't physical. God is a mind. God has no physical parts. Therefore, mind physicalism is false.
Okay. I wouldn't disagree with you with all those things. The only thing is that I just don't. To me,
would say God is similar to a mind, but he's not a mind. People like Thomas Aquinas take something like that. He called him an intellect.
Well, the reason why most theists, especially Christians, are strongly motivated to adopt dualism is because if you are dealing with physicalism, then it touches on the problem of evil. If physicalism is true, then it only stands to reason that our thoughts, behavior is influenced, or I should say determined by the external world, by the antecedent. So it would have had to have been the case that a physical universe, a strictly physical universe, was fine-tuned by the creator, if there was one, to yield the current condition. And so when you're dealing with morals, you stand on the foundation that the agent could have done otherwise and didn't have to commit the crime, so that they're held responsible until you add the immaterial into the equation, and that makes everything work. But when you take that when you remove that variable, then it starts to create problems.
Physicalism, at least in modern physics, it certainly isn't clear whether or not those people should accept determinism, because quantum mechanics has significantly many models which many physicists accept that are deterministic in nature. So determinism would just be false.
I think I've heard of that. I remember a conversation that I heard a long while back on here between Agamemnon and someone else. I don't remember if it was Carlos or we were talking about the issue of free will, and at one point quantum mechanics was invoked. The appearance of quantum particles coming in and out of existence, it's not, I don't think it's completely understood as to the nature of what they're witnessing. Drawing back on their conversation, they said that it could be the case that particles are merely transported from one point in the universe to another, quantum tunneling, which is what possibly accounts for the quantum entanglement. And so,
there's a bunch of gibberish, I'm sorry. Too tired, sorry, I don't think you're understanding what Abid is referring to, and yeah, quantum mechanics.
Well, he's basically saying that even under physicalism, it may not be the case that all things are determined.
I'll make it a little bit stronger, please. I looked it up a while ago, and there's not a ton of stuff I could find on it, but it's definitely not clear which modeling we should accept, whether you take the deterministic modeling or the indeterministic modeling, because a lot of people accept either side. So there's not some consensus you'll find on, the deterministic models are the right ones. It's not just a mere possibility thing. There's quite a few physicists who think that the indeterministic models basically are the best ones.
I think the issue doesn't, and I guess I should have been more clear from the start. I was speaking more in general terms. The issue isn't so much as whether or not
there's still things that are determined in the world. It's not like anybody doesn't deny determinism at all. At least that would seem weird.
Yeah, as a person who holds a libertarian free will myself, it's because I believe in the existence of an immaterial soul.
Right, but you think some things are determined, don't you?
Not our choices.
Yeah, not our choices, but like if I turn the light switch on, if there's like the conditions are right, that determines whether the light will come on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, and so like the world has deterministic properties in it, like basically everybody. Now, where we put them is obviously the part that you care about because you want libertarian free will. And, you know, physicists may not give a shit whether or not that's where we put it. Like maybe they just think, oh, it's only at the quantum scale. But then once you model it up into like particle physics or biology, you lose it. Like some people think that's where like the strong emergence is. It strongly emerges from quantum, but once you have particles, then you are determined. I think there's like a problem with that, but I mean, I don't think there's something in principle wrong with someone saying, no, the reason why these work this way is your mind creates these fluctuations and your choices just are those fluctuations. Like, I don't think there's like anything incoherent or out of alignment with modern physics to say that. Whether they have evidence for it is like maybe a different claim, but you know, it's not inconsistent.
The libertarian free will position that I align with is such that our choices were not necessarily the result of anything deterministic.
Correct. A physicalist could accept that. Like as far as our choices. And there are some that do.
So, okay. A physicalist holding to this view would then have to segregate the physical aspect of the human consciousness from the rest of the physical system, which is deterministic, correct?
Yeah, well, give, I mean, like I was trying to.
Then we're really talking about the same thing, you're just giving it another name, which I can, sometimes I refer to the supernatural as merely the extra natural and the immaterial as the extra material, something that we don't readily are able to interact with, or certainly not tangible to the same degree as holding an apple, but yeah, that's just giving it another name. All I'm saying is that if it's not the case that it's that there's a hardline segregation between the human mind and the external physical world, then you have determinism minimally being an influencing factor in the way we live our lives and choices we make.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that you're going to want to create some division amongst these physical properties that are your choices and these other physical properties that are just like deterministic mechanisms. That's all, yeah, that's all agreed upon. But they can do that.
So then,
It just might be arbitrary, like lack evidence or something.
yeah, because then, even in the field of neurology, it's all predicated on the study of essentially physical matter. I'm just not aware of any field of research that affirms physicalism that adopts the view of such hardline segregations between one type of physical matter and another. I think fundamentally that's the whole point of calling something physical, is that it's able to interact in a way that is predictable and that conforms to the cosmological constants.
Just look at the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. All they have to do is say, these interpretations are stochastic, aka not determined, and then say, this is how our mind works. And that's really, they don't have to give like something really significant, nor do they have to really make it make sense with science, because this stuff is more philosophy. Science is maybe other stuff. Maybe science never does this.
Yeah, this was, this aspect of the argument was alluded to in my friend's recent debate as well, is that in order for this to work, the human consciousness would have to be 100% quantum. If it's 99% and 1% deterministically physical, then it's still bound to physical manipulation. So there are some that suggest that human consciousness is of a quantum nature, but it's just that the overwhelming evidence, as you know, the professionals are claiming, is exactly the opposite. That the human consciousness is vulnerable to, for example, electrical stimulus that could alter one's conscious state, chemical influence, and you go down that rabbit hole, and they can explain all things, and the only motivation to not do so would be at a fundamental philosophical level, to say that because a physical mind that is fully determined is not desirable, we can invent something to explain explain a competing theory as to how things are working without any scientific backing.
Do you know what the difference between strong and weak emergence is?
I've heard of it before, but in the field of neuroscience, no,
It's not really particular for a specific field. It just means like, so you have like different systems, right? So just let me give you some example. You have like psychology, and then there's something called reductionism, which is basically the opposite of weak emergence. That you can take psychology and reduce it to biology, and then some people think you can reduce that to molecules, and people think you can reduce that to particles, and then reduce that to quantum. The reduction just is the opposite of weak emergence. So you're just moving it down or up. Strong emergence is something slightly different. Basically, it just means when you move up and down that like scale of explanation, or maybe just how fine-grained you're looking at something, you lose information. Like you can't explain the entirety of one to the next. Like you lose something. There are people who think everything weakly emerges. Okay, that means for every system that you move up and down in, you can explain the next fully, completely. Or at least like you don't lose anything. If you adopt a model of quantum mechanics where it's completely indeterministic, like stochastic, when you move up and down, all of that's going to mean they're indeterministic too, because you lose that part of the modeling. And so you don't need to even actually you get that kind of segregation about a consciousness. Now there are some people who will say it actually, I mentioned this before, that it actually strongly emerges, like so you have quantum mechanics, but then strongly emerges particles. And then what's lost is the indeterministic part, and then you get the deterministic part. And then people might say, well, consciousness is basically governed by like biological systems or something, and that's just straight deterministic. Like that's all we can weakly emerge from particles or something. Hopefully this all makes sense. I know that might be a lot there, so.
No, I appreciated that. I've heard of the reductionist interpretation, the weak emergence as to the shifting of macroscopic, from the microscopic, what would be, because one of the most compelling arguments from the physicalist side is that in attempting to quantify something that is supposedly indeterministic, they appeal to something that is physical and deterministic. Can what you described, what would be a good illustration of that? Something that the average person can relate to from something that they encountered from.
Are you asking for an example of weak emergence or strong emergence?
Strong emergence.
I mean, there isn't one that's like really, really accepted. Examples are often consciousness, so like you can't move from biology to psychology. Some people think it's not like there is an overlap. Like a lot of people reject, which is like non-interactive dualism, basically like your mind, there's nothing you could do to the physical that would affect the mind. Like no amount of drugs you pump into your body affects your mind. A lot of people don't accept that anymore. They think there's a lot of reasons to think that's right. So even though there can be effects from the physical to the mind, then they'll grant that you can't take, biology and just know how cells move around and understand why Charisse dislikes Eric. Like no amount of seeing their cells move around is going to just tell you why Charisse doesn't like Eric.
Okay, thank you for that. I've heard these ideas spoken of before.
That's why I wasn't sure if you'd heard it before. Obviously, the terms sometimes you use, but it is helpful for this discussion to have an idea of what that is, because a lot of that's going to hinge on whether or not physicalism is totally deterministic, or where you might place consciousness in terms of being determined or not.
Yeah. There are a lot of interesting questions raised in this field. I think there's I just think that the current situation is such that the scientific evidence points to a deterministic, even though I don't accept that because of the window of possibility, exactly as you pointed out, to the contrary. The physicalist says that the neurochemical makeup of the physical brain is what's being manifested in one's psychology, and that any unexplained gaps are simply are the variables that we haven't been able to identify, but that there's no reason to suggest that there's anything magical going on there.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you see, when I start talking about this, it quickly becomes difficult for me to recall the arguments in favor of dualism.
And there's loads. There's a lot, actually. You gave one earlier, the identity over time. Like you could say, we know that our body is always changing. If our identity isn't, well, I mean, I'm going to give like a basic argument, and then we can discuss like premises if someone wants to deny them. But if we are are purely physical and our body is always in flux, then we are not the same thing as I was a second ago. I'm still the same person I was a second ago, therefore what I am isn't purely physical. People have tried to fix that with something called relative identity. I'm sorry,
I understand where they're coming from with that. I think that's that's oversimplifying. Anyone making that claim would be oversimplifying the state of affairs. It could simply be that the physical condition of the agent is merely such that it is predominantly identical to what it was in the previous state, like 5 years ago. And whatever slight deviation took place since that time is what accounts for the slight change in one's personality. So in this case, the concept of identity would merely be illusory. It's I don't know if I should call it incrementalism. So the idea is that the change happens so slowly that you don't recognize it. Kind of like having a sibling that you grow up with. And it's not until you recall back to a clear memory of their appearance from a long time ago that is much more easily distinguished from how they appear currently, that you realize how much change took place. But to the person themselves, every day looking in the mirror, the changes accumulate so slowly that you don't notice it. And so it's because of that lack of sharpness in the change over time that is what gives the illusion that no change is taking place at all.
Yeah, I mean, people have argued against it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of touching on all the bases. I would personally, as a dualist, I do affirm determinism, but that because we have the soul is what grounds our identity, and that the aspects of our character that change is due only to the physical deterministic variable in the equation, and that in spite of that we are able to choose contrary to what our physical condition would suggest to another. We would be, and if a physicalist reduces that to what we call immaterial, to simply another state of physical matter, then I guess like we agreed on earlier, is that they would have to make it such that it's not influenced, or I should say coerced in any way by the other set of physical variables which are deterministic.
Sure. Yeah, if you want other arguments, I can give them, but look, there's a lot. Andrew likes the psychophysical harmony argument. I think just generally, basically any argument for normativity as like a real feature of the world is probably just at odds with, it puts you into some kind of dualism for most people. Although that's not technically, people will try to naturalize it and physicalize it, but people can come up with all kinds of interpretations of making sense of it in terms of views that people oftentimes have gone against, like naturalizing normativity, like historically, people have thought that bats or qualia or whatever are just like things that are just at odds with being physical, but people will try to make it in a way where it is actually a physical thing. It's whether or not we have evidence for those interpretations or, whatever. I mean, I'm open to changing my mind on like the historical thinking of it, but, whether or not that's a different question. You asked for like arguments for dualism. There's a dualism that I like, that's basically the dualism that I endorse, but it is not a typical dualism. It's not the kind of dualism that often people talk about as substance. It's a dualism of truth of the world. It's the best way to maybe characterize it. Sellers called it the manifest image and the scientific image. So the manifest image, as I explained, doesn't make a lot of sense. The manifest image is just like the way the world appears to you, so like your phenomenal side. And then the scientific image is just the way the world is scientifically accurate to. And basically, I want to say you can say true statements of both. Like this object is round and sharp. You can say that's true. And in a totally different language, that this object is 90-degree angles and reflects like 300 nanometer wavelength of light. Basically what the equivalent might be. Two different languages, so.
I appreciate this new perspective to physical dualism.
I don't call myself a physicalist. I'm actually I don't even have a stance on dualism as far as like substance goes. I'm what's called a functionalist, which is consistent with dualism and physicalism.
Oh, okay. That's cool. But there are plenty of Christians who are physicalists. I think I like to watch these ghost hunter and paranormal television shows, and a lot of what's posited I think is silly. The traditional idea of a ghost is, like I don't know if you saw the latest horror movie, Black Phone 2. Well, so it's kind of like the Freddy Krueger's there. So you have this killer who he was alive, he killed a lot of people, and then some of the victims ganged up on him and killed him. But his spirit lived on, and he continued to terrorize some of the surviving victims from before. And in this new film, I thought it was really amusing, even funny at times, because the ghost of this killer is attacking living people, physically living people, in a way as if he's there physically. So he could walk past you and slap you, and you feel it as if someone just, a line just walked past you and slapped you. And throughout history, ghosts have been viewed as something that is both tangible and yet non-physical, and I just think that's contradictory. Being able to create sounds, open doors, and so all of that suggests, and of course, at times they're visible, which is to say that light photons are reflected off of something, which is to suggest that they have mass. If they have mass, then they must have a specific gravity, meaning that is different, and I think it better harmonizes with the different scientific fields of study into the relationship between physical and what the non-physical should be, and how the physical, how the deterministic aspect of that which is physical could or may not coerce the other. That's all I have to say on the matter.
That's fair. I mean, look, the one thing I will say on like to your, it is very true, especially in these online spaces, that you can draw a significant correlation between these three things: atheism, physicalism, determinism. Like you can pick any one of those, like out of those three, and there's a strong correlation between another. So if you're a determinist, well, actually, maybe that's the only one where that's not true. If you're a determinist, because there's a lot of Muslims and Christians who do accept determinism. Yeah, maybe that's the only one. But the other two, like if you're an atheist, you're likely a physicalist, or if you're an atheist, you're likely a determinist, or all three. And I think you could probably say the same thing with physicalism. If you're a physicalist, you're likely an atheist, and likely a determinist. So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the only thing I don't like having to defend with the libertarian side of things is having to admit that every time you raise it up that our choices are nothing meaningful, it's just a random expression. It's a random baseless expression. These kinds of conversations come up with Calvinists, to which I point out that even then God would be, if God has libertarian free will, his choices would be meaningless.
That's what they say to you.
I've heard one admit that.
Oh, I thought they were made. That's like the argument they gave to you. Maybe I misunderstood.
They reduce they reduce libertarian free will choices to mere random, irrational manifestations, to which I concede. And if they grant that God has libertarian free will, then I attribute that same crack to them.
Yeah, the parody. One thing I think you should try to push them on if they try that is make them defend why randomness is the same idea as indeterministic. I don't think they're the same thing. If you want, I can explain that.
Sure, please.
I take randomness to basically be more or less not modelable, or whatever the possible outcomes, there's an even distribution amongst all of them. Where I think there are other indeterministic models where you can model it and give it. So basically, it's like stochastic. So, here, let's do it like this. A has a 50% chance of landing, B has a 25% chance of landing, C has a 12% chance of landing, D has a 1% chance of landing, something like that. And then that takes up the entire probability space, and make good inferences as to which one. That's basically my model of people's choices. Is we have reason, we have reasons for A or B, and when we have more reasons for A, that basically weighs A in favor over B. But it's never going to guarantee it because that's what it would mean for it to be determined. So if you have more reasons for A as your choice, we're just more likely to end up in the A world. And that's what explains we end up in the A world. Because you want to maintain agency still. Is that people are making choices based on like their reasons or whatever.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I think when we heard the discussion of probability brought up once with Calvinist, talking to someone else. I think they defined probabilistic analysis to be applicable only in the absence of certain knowledge. So they might say that if you know the variables, then the possibility for the other outcomes are such that it's either 100% or 0%.
Yeah, that's what determinism is.
But I also get where you're coming, as you raised the point, I was thinking of the idea that, the Bible says that in the end times you have, and there's of course a wide range of interpretations as to what's being spoken of there, but assuming as traditionally taken to be that the 144,000 male virgin Jews who will be given the seal of God on their forehead and they follow the Messiah wherever he goes. If it's exactly 144,000 that was determined, or did God simply arrange it in such a way that it turned out that way of their own free nature? And I think it's compatibilistic at that point to where God is free to that the randomness can apply to God's equal opportunity in placing, deciding when and where a person's going to be born, and yet the person's life choices would be then limited to their environment, their culture, their geography. And that's what monism is. Molinism is.
Yeah, Molinism is a good explanation for models are good. I would definitely always want to reject this idea that like it's random. Like I would never allow them to try to push that move on me because what I think they're trying to say is it's just as likely as you chose A as you chose B. And I reject that. I don't think that's right. I mean, is that the way you interpret them when they say it's random? It's random. Your choices are random.
Their criticism about the randomness aspect was in response to my claim that choices would be different if the creature had the opportunity to make that choice again, if the clock were turned back. So they said, well, there's no meaning to it. It's just a random roll of the dice. And I said, sure.
You know that you actually don't have to grant that even if we re-roll or like rewind time back, that you chose differently. this is a lot harder to explain without a picture. If you imagine worlds like possibilities of choices as like line segments, right? And every choice you make, there's like a path that you can draw a line through, kind of like a tree. Rewinding the clock isn't saying anything about like which world we enter into. Because we could think that rewinding the clock isn't a question about possible worlds. It's just about what actually happens. And what actually happens isn't at odds of what possibly could have happened. Or like, you know what I'm saying? So someone can grant libertarian free will that you possibly could have chosen something else, but the actual world only consists of one set of choices. And rewinding the clock to the actual stuff is only ever going to get you the same result because the actual world only consists of one thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I wasn't trying. I didn't. I wasn't so much as trying to push back against their the problem of randomness. I simply suggested that one's nature still had a role in choices that we make. It's simply that our nature is what's randomly decided upon at some earlier point. So I kind of pushed the
When you said, I asked this before, what does random there mean? Like they're trying to make this claim about you that it's random. Are you agreeing that it's random? And then if you are agreeing that it's random, what does that mean?
I'm trying to recall back because the guy that I was talking to, his name was Jesse, and he's supposed to be. Yeah, you've spoken to him before.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with them.
Yeah, he was giving me the runaround with trying everything he could to get me to abandon libertarianism. So he gave a scenario where as an alternative to the Calvinist understanding of divine decrees, then things would happen. I mean, as far as our choices go, it would be such that our choices are not influenced by anything anything external, and that our choices could be different when I or any other libertarian say that we could have done differently. It's to say that if you have an alternate reality with the exact same circumstances, variables at play, that things could have happened differently.
Right. But is that what random means? Is that it could be different?
Yeah, I mean, in the context of where we were, what we were speaking to is something that it was not under the express decree of God. That's all it was.
Okay. Well, the reason why I really don't like pushing the randomness thing is if it really just means not determined, let's just use that word. Because I think randomness means something slightly different. I think randomness is a kind of non-determinism. like there's only one kind of atheism, right? There are zero gods. But affirming one God doesn't tell you which kind of theism there is. That's kind of maybe the better analogy for me. So when they say random, I think they're trying to push a kind of indeterminism on me. And that's why they say it destroys agency, in fact.
Yeah, it got, well, it actually wasn't, when we got to the tail end of the, by that point, he wasn't, because I was, every time he critiqued the creaturely condition, I simply extended that back to God. And so by the end of it, he merely critiqued my position as being irrational. The choices that creatures are making in the libertarian free will model are such that they're irrational. There's no deliberation, it just happens.
Yeah, and I tried to give you a model where it's like opposite false. Like rationality is acting in accord with the reasons you have to do so, right? The model I'm proposing is you have two options. So if, let's just say, choices are A and B, and you have more reasons to do A than you do B. You have some reasons for B. Preferring A just is rational, right? It's not guaranteed under our model, right? But if we end up in a world where you chose B, you could say you chose on the basis of not having more reasons, and that makes you irrational. But that's actually kind of fine to an extent, because people actually are irrational. At least, like, that's my view. Like, people just are irrational. So you actually want that. You want people to have that ability to be irrational. Otherwise, either it's not occurring at all, or like, I guess, like, in what way are we even understanding rationality? So there's that. Or some people want to say that even when you act in accord with the thing, you have less reason. That is a kind of rationality. You're only irrational when you act like against your reasons, not in. You'd be like less rational, I guess, in that case, but not irrational or irrational.
He wasn't criticizing my position so much for the choices being irrational, but rather that any reasons one person would have for making any particular choice is merely corollary and not deterministic. You know, like weighing things out on a scale. So.
Yeah, but why would you grant them that? Why would you allow him to push on you that rationality requires determinism?
No, not so much that it requires determinism, but only that on the premise that the person is able and would choose differently eventually, given another go around, you know, under the same situation, that it would be the case that the person making any particular choice at any given point in time is not grounded on the number of reasons or how well established or how rational reason is, but that when the choice is made, it's on the basis of none of it. None of the reasons for or against A or B.
And do you accept that?
Yes, only because if the choice is if the reasons are if the reasons for A and for or against A or B remains the same, then the basis for the choice itself would not be within the confines of any rational thought. Not to say that it's irrational, which would suggest that you are choosing opposite to what the rational course of action should be, but that none of it is what, none of it bears influence on the choice itself. It's merely corollary.
Rather than like trying to pretend like Jesse's here and talk about his view, critiquing yours, because you basically oh my god, I was muted the whole time. Did you hear anything?
No, I thought the
Oh my
room
god, okay. Okay, no, I was saying, since Jesse's not here, and you hold basically the position he was like pushing you into, I want to argue against that. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. So rather than just pretending he's here, I'll just talk to you because you affirm it. You're saying that your reasons play no role in the types of worlds we end up in from your choice. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just on the basis of what? Because you could be in a different world?
On the basis of being able to do otherwise, given that same scenario.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure we're actually talking about the same thing here because you could be partitioning it slightly different. If all the question is about whether we end up, if all the question is about a difference at all, is that the way you're understanding, like, it plays no factor?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
Every reason that I have to choose tea over coffee tomorrow afternoon would remain the same even in
The world where you don't choose.
right.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. I think you can grant that and not even grant this whole other idea because I think there's this baggage that people will try to put additional with that because we can say there is no explanation that will fully tell us which world we end up in. That part, if they want to call that random, they can, but that's not the level of which we're scrutinizing. So I would just say that's just the model called indeterminism. So congratulations, you found our model. That's what it means to be indeterminate, is that you can't tell from some prior state to the next state. That's just the view that we accept. So there's nothing beyond that. But I think what they're trying to additionally say is, so if possible worlds, we try to say like, okay, choices, model possible worlds, and we possibly could have chosen this thing or that thing, but maybe there's only so many possible worlds. Let's say for brevity's sake, there's only 10. And our reasons model how many of which there are. So if we have more reasons for A, maybe of those 10 worlds, 8 of them are the A world. And our like a couple reasons for B model the 2 B worlds. And so our reasons model the like possibility that there is. Does that make sense? But it won't tell us like, it won't tell us anything more than that.
But in the B worlds, what would account for what would account for the
Photogesiza?
being B?
Do you know what acrasia is?
No.
Okay, it's an old Greek term. It basically translates to weakness of the will. Sometimes people analogize it to someone who is an addict. They know what's rational to do. They know that. They know they should stop. but they can't stop it, so they go do it anyways. And so they are being irrational to an extent. Maybe like not fully irrational, but they're going against the thing they think they have more reasons to do. And remember, we actually do want, I mean, do you think people actually are irrational?
In appearance at least, yes.
Okay. This actually captures the quote unquote, well, I would say it's more than an appearance in this model, it actually is true. If we ended up in B worlds, we would just say, hey, look, you had less reasons for B, you chose B, A, you had more reasons for it, so if we ended up in the B world, when they had more reasons for A, we would just say that person's irrational. No problem.
Right.
I think all we need to do to make sense of agency, the libertarian free will, is give a model for what we can expect given their reasons. If you can't make it deterministic, I mean, that's just to reject libertarian free will.
So then, in what you're proposing, would the reason behind why B was chosen be the deterministic variable?
There is no reason. They were just weak. Well, there is a reason why they chose B. Let me give you like an example here. There's a cake before me. Cake tastes good. That's a reason to eat the cake. My reasons for not eating the cake: it will make me fat. It will make me feel sick. It's also of a flavor that I don't like. So I have more reasons to not eat the cake, right? But if I end up in a world where I eat the cake, I did have a reason to eat the cake. I just had more reasons to not. So in some sense, you can, like, this is why I said you can either say, I'm just irrational because I didn't choose the thing I had the most reason to, or you can say, I'm less rational. Either one kind of fits that.
Okay. Yeah, it is the way you worded it here is when any Trump Calvinist would have jumped on is that when you say you had more reason to do such and such.
Yeah, that's what they mean by irrational, like just going against the thing you have the most reason to.
Right.
Sure, that's fine. We can take that. Okay. Yeah. So in that world where I chose to eat the cake when I had less reason to do so, I was irrational. Okay. I think people are irrational.
Yeah.
For them, if they agree that people are irrational, what's their counterfeit?
They affirm the rule that, or at least in first experience, that there are reasons that compel us to make the choices that we make, but that those reasons were decreed by God. And so it kind of paints a little picture in a necessitarian kind of way, but in the alternative view, it would be that that the creature's reasons had no compelling nature, had no coercive force on the choice that was made. So it didn't.
Why would you say that?
It wouldn't be that you had more choice to eat the cake. Yeah, I'm sorry. It wouldn't be that you had more reasons to eat the cake rather than not. And if you didn't eat the cake, it wouldn't necessarily be that you had more reasons to not eat the cake. But just that, despite all the reasons, ultimately, the choice that you made, which could have happened one or the other, given a parallel universe scenario, would have been exactly the same.
But it sounds like what they're trying to say is more than just like the reasons don't determine which world we're in. Obviously, I think they're trying to say something more substantial than determinism is false in your view. think they're trying to say that. So if it's not just that, I think what they're trying to say is reasons play no role at all, as in they do nothing. That you could just subtract them, and your view will change at like zero. And that I'm trying to show is wrong. Do you agree with that? Like what they're trying to say, reasons, like you could take them away, and your view will maintain the same.
Then it would just default back to how one defines reason. It can just be an impulse, you know.
Well, just for now, do you agree that what they're trying to tell you is the reasons in like your view, Princeton's view, is superfluous? It does nothing.
Yes,
that what-
for the position that I was trying to defend.
Yeah, and I'm trying to show you that's wrong, because if we take that stochastic approach where reasons model which probability distribution of worlds we end up in, if we take those reasons away, you lose the probability distribution. Basically, the reasons give you expectations. Maybe if we had access to like their direct nature, their reasons, if we knew for sure that they had more reasons for A than B, you and I will generate an expectation that they will choose A, right? Even if we also agree they could choose B. We could end up in that world. We just shouldn't expect it. Do you agree with that?
Yes, in your model, that would make sense.
But don't you think the model makes sense that the reasons, if you knew genuinely that the person had more reasons for A, that it generates an expectation that they will choose A, even if they could choose B.
Yes, it would generate the expectation for them to choose that which has more reason to do so.
Okay.
But my position would be that doesn't guarantee it.
Of course, because that's what determinism is. The point here is like the fact that it generates the expectation is showing you that there is a use for the reasons.
This is only in when you're looking at it externally, it had to the in first person view, it would not be the case in my model.
So if we're evaluating our own reasons, is that what you mean?
My reasons for choosing A over B would remain the same even if I chose B. So then if I chose B, the reason for why I chose B would be nothing that's predicated on in relation to the reasons behind A or B. That's something independent from that. And what do you want to call that? Impulse, one's self-determined nature, or as you described it, a weakness of will. Is what that is.
Yeah, and we're granting that the B world, we shouldn't expect, given their reasons, but there might still be, well, I mean, I take the strong view of libertarian free will is that they're not explained in totality. Like there's no, because then it's just going to be determined. You just take the weaker version of libertarian, which is just like the self-cause. Like the self generates deterministic parts, but you can't take the external world determine this inner world basically. But people like Andrew take an even stronger form. Like you can't do it from the inner world either. So if you get a full explanation, that's just determines. The explanation of A determines B in every world. So whenever you have an A, you have a B. But I guess like all I'm trying to show you is they are not right to think you can just take away your reasons and it plays no role in the actual world. You can make an epistemic gap or whatever if you want, and maybe that get you something. But the point is like ontologically, we can stipulate reasons, generate expectations. Expectations are just models of like the way that the possible worlds lay out. So there's more possible worlds for A than there are B, even though both could be actual.
Just to make sure, because to make sure that we're not slightly talking past each other, and also for the benefit of anyone who might be listening with interest, the way you're defining reason is what exactly?
It's
Like in the A and B example, the reasons for A or B would be like would you define the reason to be one's inclination, desire?
No, I think reasons are more broad than that. Desires might also be a kind of a reason. I think reasons are endorsements that are in favor of something else.
Or general disposition?
No, disposition is basically at odds of a reason. This gets tricky with the language here. People use reason to try to capture lots of different phenomena. There's reasons mentality, and then there's like just why did X occur? The reason why X occurred is because Y occurred. That's just to me causation. That is not the way I view reasons as like the way that agents do things. So I'm trying to take away the causal side of things. These are not causal.
Okay. Yeah, it's just depending on how you define reason is where we would be able to identify common ground and where we might be looking at things differently.
Sure.
I define reason as being conformity to one's desires. Well, no, that's
Aren't you a moral realist?
reason is
I like to separate motivations from reasons as well. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to, because it sounds like you might be struggling here. I can add some reasons as to for why it can't be purely internal, especially under our view, because we're more realists, if you want to think of it that way. Is if it's a reason to do a good thing, if you have a reason to do something good, that's not internal to you, it's external to you. So if desires are purely internal and reasons to do good are external, then some reasons are external.
I'll put it this way. So the reasons as I define it would be the reflection of one's desire, the percentage of one's desire. Percentage, from 0 to 100. So A over B. A has 60% and B is 40%. That the agent is cognizant of. Beyond noticed there may be something else that the agent is not readily aware of, but that may become aware of momentarily. And so my libertarian view is that despite the percentage reflecting one's desire, you can choose opposite to that. And the reason why you choose opposite to that would be nothing more than you choosing it. It's not grounded on any further subconscious deliberation, even though that may be the case. My position is that it's like the Calvinist says, it's irrational. It's not predicated on something that you deliberate over. You weigh the consequences or anything like that. Like when Agent Smith asked Neo, you have no chance of winning. Why do you persist? And Neo says, because I choose to.
This is gonna sound tangential, but I want your thought on it. Just a quick thought to dwell on this. Do what thou wilt. What do you think about that?
Act in accordance to your desire.
Yeah, does it make you cringe at all? You know who that came from, right?
Yeah, the Satanist guy.
Yeah. Do you agree with him on that?
Well, obviously, from a moral standpoint, I do not. But in a way, it could be said that anyone it depends on how you define things. It could be said that that which whatever a person does is that person's greatest desire.
Is that what makes them rational?
No.
Okay.
At least not, like in the case of Abraham, someone looking from a distance might be seeing a madman getting ready to kill his son, but from Abraham's point of view, he had an excellent reason to go through with it.
Okay. When you internalize desire, like that feeling, assume it is a feeling for you, do you sometimes, when thinking about something, anything, that it's just not there? Like thinking about a chair, do you feel like any urge to sit on a chair? Like sometimes it might not be there?
Yeah, I mean, I experienced that.
Okay. Do you think that ever occurs with things you have obligations towards?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think obligations are reasons to do something?
It could be. That's where it becomes subjective. One could define it as a reason or a motivation, as you said earlier, to do something.
Well, I'm not even using motivation. It's just like, it's something that, someone could say, I did this because. I was obligated to. I was obligated to do X. And so you could also say, I didn't want to do X, but I had an obligation. That's why I did it. And this is why I don't like this talk of desires being the only thing that makes us rational. For one, as far as I can tell, it just equates to rationality is do what thou wilt. And I also think that doing good things is, in some sense, what's rational. Now, you obviously have to know about what's good for it to play some role. But I think people, if goodness is external, if it's external, I think you can say, I know what to do because I know this is good. I also don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I know it's good. Now, you might still have what explains why they do it, but that's a separate question. Is maybe they do it because they're obligated to, they're obligated to do the good, but they didn't want it. The fact that they didn't want it doesn't explain it. The fact that they were obligated to explains it. And so reasons don't just collapse into do what thou wilt. Do what you want.
So, I think all that needs to be answered at this point is whether we agree on that reason behind the choice that we actually do make, whether it be something that is motivational, that is rational, that has a utilitarian outlook to it, whatever that reason is, does it extend infinitely back, or does it start with the agent?
Well, I don't think reasons are entirely generated from the external. I think some reasons are internal. And so basically, I think some reasons are external, some reasons are internal. I think the main thing though is whether they're external. To reject determinism is even if they come from the external world, that they don't cause the internal, but they can play influential roles.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So basically, if we have 90% reason to do A, and the external provides the remaining 10%, then we are going to infallibly commit that action, commit to A, correct?
I would not say infallibly. If I'm an indeterminist, then I'm going to say it's most likely to do A. It's not determined.
Could it ever be the situation that if you have an internal 90% reason to commit to A, and the external world provides you the remaining 10%, and now with that 100% motivation to commit to A, there could ever be a situation where you would consistently choose opposite to A?
No, not in my model. If the reasons provide the consistency, so even if you only have reasons for A and none for B, however they're like if A is constituted of all internal, all external, or a combination, it will never be that we couldn't end up in a B world. But all of them do provide a consistency of world distribution.
Okay. So going a step further, it sounds like you're saying that given the internal reasons being 90% in favor of being committed to A, and the external environment gives you the remaining 10%, that you could still choose B, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you choose B, would your internal reason to commit to A and the external 10% reason to also commit to A be tributary to your reason to choose B?
No.
Okay. So now we have a third reason component. What would you? And so that's what all I've been trying to get at is what kind of nature do you assign this third reason component, and how far back does it extend? Where does it come from?
This is basically, sometimes they call this brute, a brute explanation, or the lack of an explanation, but basically, there's just missing information here. And by missing information, I don't mean we don't know. That's not what's meant. It's not about knowledge. It's literally the way the world is set up. There is no information from one state of affairs that you could derive the next. If you knew everything about one state of affairs, and only that one state, you could not know all of the next state. So there's no amount of facets. So you could think of this as like the third thing just is what they call brute. It's not really a thing. It's a lack of a thing.
Yeah, I think that's the
That's right. Yeah.
The only difference here might be that if the creature does choose A, that the reasons for choosing A being that internal 90%, which is which the creature is conscious of, in addition to the remaining 10%, which the creature may or may not be conscious of, that they should not be disregarded as being non-contributory.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are contributory, and that's why I push back, because if all they're saying is, oh, everything about the world doesn't tell us about the next day. Yes, that is just the thesis of indeterminism. If they're just saying, their criticism is, you're an indeterminist. So like, wow, very enlightening. If they're trying to say something more like, oh, reasons do nothing in your view, like you could subtract them and nothing about your view changes. And that's why there aren't any agents or something. Like that is a significantly substantial claim, and that I think is false.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I know that it's like kind of nitpicky, but I do think it's a really big point to push on for them, because I think they're actually trying to make that point, not just the claim that, oh, you're an indeterminist. Maybe some of them are saying that. Like sometimes people will do that with like the objective subjective thing for morals, is that the criticism against subjectivists is that they're just subjectivists. So obviously that's not going to move them from their position. It's just to tell them you have their position, or that they have the position they have.
Yeah. I'm glad we had this conversation. I usually only have these kinds of conversations with Calvinists, all because we're fighting over, is God the author of evil? Is there free will? And yet, all it goes back to what is, in order to defend Tulip, they have to really traverse the distance. I'm curious. I heard you say that on the issue of on the question of universalism, you mentioned a few days ago that that there was a compelling argument in favor of universalism that you could give. Would you mind explaining that one to me?
Sure. I actually have a few, but there's one that's like really simple. I want to caveat a little bit though, is by the first of the year here, I'm making a decision to be a Catholic, and I'm not absolutely certain of this, but it sounds like if I'm a Catholic, then I cannot affirm universalism. I will double check on that, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that, because I'm very convinced of universalism, but that's just, I just wanted to tell you that ahead of time. The argument basically is this: sin is a directedness away from God. Sometimes they call that missing the mark. The mark just is God. Excuse me. And so what good is just hitting the mark, which is God. So sin is missing the mark, good is hitting the mark is God. That's sort of just some definitions. Then God is good, and remember, the good here just means the mark, which is God. So that's just saying God is God. No problem. God has a plan for everybody. All of God's plans are good. Therefore, all of God's plans for everybody is good. And then you just take the good there and replace it with hitting the God. So all of God's plans for everybody is to hit God. And that is more or less just how I understand universalism in like at least a weak sense.
Okay. Thanks for that. So, was it Dutch?
Yeah, of course.
Ignore me, I'm waiting until you guys get done and then we'll say something on topic and congratulate Albedo for being at least a Catholic. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I would only, I appreciate that. So, in what you've described, I would only question what is meant by good. Is it what appears to be good for the agent, or is it in terms of the first person desires? External good or internal good versus, in addition to God's will for all. Generally, I agree that God's will for everyone. God is not willing that any perishes, but
God is identical to the good. Don't you agree with that? God is the good.
yes, objectively he is.
And that's all I'm saying. God is good.
Okay, yeah.
God's identical to the good. And the good is hitting the mark. And then, like in ontology, what the mark would be, like where you would go find it, is the same. Like the spot you go find the good at is the same spot you'd find God at. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. If you remember how it's like an archery term, like where if we say like the mark is like the center point, like when they say you hit the mark, they're saying you hit the center point. And when we say God is good, we're saying God is that center point. So it's just like the same location in that sense.
I readily agree that God's will. I readily agree that God's prescriptive will is for everybody to hit the mark, but it becomes highly questionable as to whether or not it is objectively good for God to arrange for all of his creatures to hit the mark against what their natural disposition is.
Let me ask this. Do you think you can plan for something that doesn't exist?
Depends on what you mean by doesn't exist. Intellectually, I could plan for building a gazebo that does not yet exist. Yes.
Okay. Sometimes, we could nitpick that, but I'm not trying to, so I'm just gonna leave that there. That's fine. Do you think when God orients things in like a proper function, I don't know if you accept this kind of terminology, but I'm just gonna use it for now. That when God orients creation, that they're oriented in a way to reflect Him.
Yes, that Adam was created upright, and I'm sorry, that God created man upright.
Okay. Does the orientation, so I do want to be careful here because we're going to include their free will as an orientation. Do you think the orientation away from him, is part of that plan?
The plan, the overall good plan.
However God is like structuring reality, it is His plan. He's setting it up and it'll work a certain way, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree that the end result, what the Bible describes, is going to be good all around.
And then so you're going to go according to His plan.
Plan in the sense that He foreknows it and that He is able to work all things to His desires, given the limitations, or I guess you could say the self-imposed limitations.
Yeah, I don't want to include desires here, even though they might actually be there, rather than because we could say like He makes a plan, but He doesn't want to do any of it. Like, but He still has the plan nonetheless. So it'll make it a little muddy for me. Is anything at the end state of the world out of His plan? Like He did not account for it. Like everything, when He looks at any object and their placement or their order, He thinks to himself, this isn't part of my plan.
No, I will agree that it is all according to his plan in the sense that he accounted for it and that there's a purposeful meaning to it.
Okay. Well, and you might not find this problematic as maybe me, but it feels like then we have to say something like God's plan is for people to be in hell.
Yes.
Yeah, is there anything, do you feel an aversion to that?
No, only because of the nuances surrounding that conclusion. Namely, free will, the value of relationship, or I should say, the value of free agency in a relationship.
Do you know much about Molinism?
I've been learning more about it. I think I do believe there are aspects of it that are true. I don't know how far it goes. Because if you kick it up to a certain point, then it almost becomes indistinguishable from Calvinist compatibilism.
Okay, super quick as a relevant question. Do you believe that it is a rational, like a real free choice to choose between hell and God's presence and bliss inside?
The degree of freedom would depend on the creature's spiritual state of affairs. It's such that, yes, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, so if I say give me your wallet or your life, that is technically a choice, but is it really? So that's the type of move I'm making here, right? So.
Well, in a strict sense, it would still be a choice. I'm free to choose to not cooperate and you kill me. That happens plenty.
But is it a rational choice, especially after beatific vision, having seen God, after the final judgment? Would it be a rational choice to move away from the good, which I take to be intrinsically to be sought out after, and to choose eternal damnation, whatever that looks like, for mental torture, physical torture? So I think people like David Bentley Hart make an excellent point there. But look, I don't want to change the topic too much. Albedo, have you read David Bentley Hart, That All Shall Be Saved? And if not, should I give you a copy in Discord, a free PDF copy?
No, I have the copy.
Okay, cool. Oh, proceed. So your answer, my old friend Crimsonite, is, well, there's a possible there, and there's some stuff I can tweak and pull it, but then I'm going to, distract too much from your conversation. But thanks for the answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, Albino and I, we were just discussing rationality and free will choice and all of that, and it touches on this in that even after seeing blessings of heaven, the goodness of God, and whether or not it's rational is purely subjective. It depends on one's spiritual condition, which boils down to the dichotomous choice of wanting to be with that God or not wanting to be with that God. And for those that choose not to want to be with God, when you press them for a reason, whether rationality is, it's nothing more than just their own will, their will to desire. I would say.
Yeah, so it's rational to be in line with your beliefs and desire. And in this case, if your spiritual state is such that you desire to live in sin or want to do your own thing and not be in the presence of God, then you're making a rational decision. But if hell is as described in the Bible, then you're literally choosing the good and bliss and shalom and all the good stuff. You're swapping it in for torture, like a state of affairs where the mental state is suboptimal, to use a euphemism, right? So in that sense, I don't think it is a rational choice. Yes, you are in line with a desire, but it seems to go, for example, irreducible foundational term good just means that it is something to be sought after or something that you desire, and something bad is the opposite, something you want to flee from or avoid, right? And it seems, so in that sense, it seems irrational. Besides the point of like, if you see a person put his hand on a hot stove, right, you're like, this guy's nuts. Like, it's one thing to touch the hot stove, but then immediately retract your hand. But it's another thing, I think, insanity, or at least irrational, to put your hand on the stove and keep it there. All right.
Yes, I agree. But again, it all has to do with the individual disposition. I don't think disposition can be labeled off as rational or not. It just is.
So I'm saying,
But then it's up to us.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
If it's dispositional or like inclination in that way, it sounds like it's not a choice, you just perform it.
Being the case that that one's disposition is equivalent to that choice, and that disposition could change from on a moment's notice.
I mean, I understand disposition to be like mechanistic.
I guess in a certain sense, it could be. But yeah, I mean, for what does the Bible say? To those that are perishing, the gospel is foolishness. But to those who are being delivered, it is the word to salvation or something like that. So you get what I'm saying? It's subjective, where if your heart's disposition is such that you view subordination to God as being utterly unbearable, then to that person it would not be rational for him to choose. Like what we were just talking about, that person would have every reason to choose to go to hell.
So do you think that for them, their choice, like when they're in hell, they prefer it? Is that the way you understand it?
In the overarching sense, yes. Obviously, they're not going to enjoy the torment aspect of it, but I guess they, given that choice, they made the conscious decision to suffer that consequence.
And you think, and you think that they would prefer all of the agony over being around God?
Given my free will model, I suspect that is the case. Do I understand correctly? You're suggesting that because Andrew and Selah hold to the view that their universalist view incorporates libertarian free will, where God creates only those whom he or knows would freely choose to repent upon experiencing that period of torment, in addition to being wooed, which I just say is irresistible grace. Is that something similar to what you hold to, or?
I mean, I would just say it's determined. There's no choice.
Okay. Well, would it be any less? Would it be any less probable for God to have chosen, to have determined for some creatures to genuinely choose to experience that torment?
Is it any less probable? Yeah, it's extremely less probable. It's like abysmal. For me, that's what I situation is, I mean, I don't know what kind of psychology you have. It's like, to the extent I think it's similar to mine, is there's basically nobody that I would mind to be around over being in constant pain.
I agree with that. I agree with that stance as well. However, there are those who, like Art and Ron, for example, when asked if the Christian God does exist, would you be inclined to worship him? And he said no. And he gave, a list of reasons. But beyond that, he didn't exclude just his own spiritual preference. I'm just using him as a rough example. Take any other person, and they choose, no, they don't want that relationship with God.
Yeah, I mean, people say that, I agree. I think once you put them into the torture, they'll do anything to get out of it. And we basically kind of already know that, just studying stuff like studying torture. You can't even admit testimony or anything because people will do whatever it takes to stop being tortured.
Yeah, in all honesty, I have considered that, and for all I know, that could be the case. But keep in mind that assumes a certain quality of torment that may not be the case. It could be figurative. That agonizing, gnashing of teeth, weeping could be a metaphorical way of saying that they are in a agonizing state of isolation, away from God, and even maybe away from any other creature. They're in total isolation, solitary confinement.
Well, how about this? Rather than the physical side of it, or like that kind of, would you accept this? Hell is the place you least want to be.
Depending on how you define the agonizing aspects of it.
I didn't say, I didn't involve that. This is what hell is. It's the place that you
least
want to be.
That's an axiomatic state, but that's more of a definition than a proposition. I would say it sounds like if it's the least, if it's the place that you least want to be, then no one will want to be there. But
Yeah.
it seems like there are some who says, screw it, yeah, I don't want to live a holy lifestyle. I want nothing to do with God. I don't care if one exists. I'll just go my own way.
Yeah, but people say, you understand that people say that about things that they like even. Oh, I don't like this. And they haven't even done it before. Like children is a good example.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like that, but they never even tried it, and then they tried it and they like it. I'm kind of basically saying something like that. It's like they haven't even tried it, and yet they're like, oh, it's fine if I go there.
Well, from a philosophical standpoint, if libertarian free will is true, then regardless of whatever the condition is, it's not a matter of whether it's a place where you least want to be, or what the reasons are, or what the rationality is for not wanting to be there, but just rather what the person is going to end up choosing. Like the illustration of the internal will and then the external will, and those two percentages adding up, and if you still choose opposites of what the expectation is, then you simply insert a third reason, which borders on metaphysical properties, but that's how I'm looking at it, is that regardless of however much reason you dump onto the side of the scale that is in favor for not going, ending up in hell, you will have some choosing to go there. So so the position that Andrew and Selah adopt is one that sort of addresses this problem, in that God only created those who he foreknows will choose to eventually, at some point, choose to hit the mark, as you said, to choose God, even if that's after a finite period in the lake of fire, whatever that actually is.
Actually, I don't think that's liberal. It's not the strong sense of libertarian free will.
Oh, okay.
They have to think that there's a possible world where they choose some other option, right? And so they have to say it's possible that universalism's false.
Greetings. Can I pose a question?
Yeah.
In that case, what's driving? Which one is driving? Is it the soul or the spirit?
The Bible seems to delineate the soul as being, in the New Testament, the soul seems to be qualified as that which is immaterial. The spirit seems to be that which is referred to as just your mind, where Paul says, be renewed in the spirit of your mind. I forget if it's Timothy or Jude, where it says that may your body, soul, and spirit be preserved till the day of our Lord Jesus Christ. So it seems to be a combination of three, the creaturely trinity, if you will, the body, mind, and soul.
Why do we separate the body from the mind? It's attached then to the fully functional, given dreams and everything. It's consciousness itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it just as Trinitarian and say God is one, but three and the three persons. The human is one, but having three distinct components.
Let me put it in a very poor example. In my case, if I have a pack of cigarettes in front of me, and I'm eager to either smoke or not smoke, given the consciousness and the free will and everything, what's driving me to smoke? Is it the nicotine itself, or is it something else beyond nicotine, beyond matter?
They all played a role. As Albino and I had a conversation about how the different reasons come into play, and that it should not be disregarded as being as a choice being completely random. But it would be how conditioned you are to the effects of cigarettes, how cognizant you are of the health risks that come with smoking cigarettes, and as well as how dependent you are on nicotine, I guess, to where if you had.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you finished.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, that if you had a nicotine patch, then maybe you could pull through.
Well, I would say that you're not the master of your own house, meaning that there is this perception that people have that there is this me inside, and I have the will to do whatever I want, but you're not the master of the house. So there are these mechanisms that within yourself that it is outside of your control. So for example, if you are sad, you cannot say that I wish to be happy and therefore I'm happy, right? So there are these driving forces within you that you are not in control of. But there is that unconscious part of you. So there's a lot of automated stuff that is going on, like reflexes and so forth. Like you didn't choose to move your hand when you put your hand on a hot stove. Right? These things happen. So there are lots of involuntary stuff, and what you are conscious is the thing that you have will over.
That sounds largely agreeable. It's just, we equivocate over what it means to be in control. You know, when someone says, "Oh, I didn't want to be here, but I'm here because of, you know, for your sake," and you know, the competing desires, and whether it's all how you define things. Philosophers tend to define anything that we do physically as being our greatest desire. And at a certain point it becomes circular. If all that you do is your greatest desire, then all you can do is your greatest desire. But in reality, that may not be the case. Depends on the nature of the human ontology. Is it merely, you know, is it monism? Is it dualism? Idealism?
I mean, we tend to look at things sort of in a binary way because we are sort of like conditioned from Aristotle, you know, that there is something that is true or false. But there are things can be neither true or false, right? So there's ability to dissect things beyond something that is black and white. So when it comes to like what you are as a person, it's not that clear as like, yeah, you have free will and you don't have free will, right? So there are like, for instance, split brain, you know, for like when people have seizures, people's brains get split, and the interesting things happen. It's people actually lie, and you can do certain things, and people would actually make up a story like, why did you walk over to that place? You can tell the left brain, and then the right brain wouldn't know, but the right brain would make up a story of why you did something, right? And they're not deliberately lying, right? So there is these phenomena that we are from, that the human psyche, it's not that clear cut as you have like free will.
Yeah. This is an ongoing field of research, psychology, neurology, trying to bridge the gap between the two. I'm curious, would you happen to be a physicalist? Are you,
I suppose like you approach these things in sort of a dualistic way. So most people, you know, there is this physical world, and then there is this psychic world, the mind and the body, and then you go down the third path, which is panpsychism. Is that the underlying, well, you know, why do we need to have this sort of dual nature thing? But bringing both of them together, and then to say the underlying nature of everything is the mind. So the universe is the mind, and then on top of it, you have the physical manifestation of things.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like idealism.
Right.
Yeah, I'm completely open to that.
So, I can step away. Crimson, my old friend, what are you currently now? I assume still affiliated with what flavor? What denomination?
I've been an Armenian for the last.
Still? After Jimmy Stevens and I tried to talk so much sense, and now heavy leader here, tried to talk so much sense, and you still hold to libertarian free will. Oh my God. So the tension between God's sovereignty and human free will, you're just appealing to this metaphysical state of mystery where it's just pure volition still?
I guess you could say that, but keep in mind that even in Albedo's model, there is a libertarian component as well.
Well, I will later talk some sense into Albedo with his alternative options. option where people can be rational and choose something in line with their highest desire and stuff. But look, for now, do you talk to Jimmy Stevens every now and then or not?
Jimmy's, no,
Yeah, the Calvinist guy. Well, you and I, we talked a lot about
oh,
that.
that guy?
Yeah.
Between Satan, Satan.
Yes. Yep.
I spoke to him a little bit here and there, nothing memorable.
All right. Well, so it's been like, I don't know, 6-7 years when we had like these talks. But so I'm deconstructing, but I'm not going to jettison all of Christianity. So I would love to talk to Peter sometimes about, because I'm trying to reconstruct and see if like Catholicism or Orthodoxy or what works best. So I'm not getting down with the Pope and the Maria stuff, but there's also a lot of good redeeming qualities of Catholicism. So are you still there, Albedo?
Yeah.
So in 2000, so next year you're going to make that big decision, right? And your hiccup is universalism?
That's one of them, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so as you know, I'm trying to reconstruct, but I'm not sure what type of theism, accepting evolution, having given up inerrancy, what type of Christianity is right for me. Like, I guess that's too much to unpack here for now, so yeah.
Well, I mean, when it comes to religion, so we got this psychic phenomena as human beings, but then religion and stuff like this is something that's built on top of that psychic phenomena. So like you could trace like where ideas have come from. Like you could trace where Christianity come from. Like if you could combine anthropology with religion and language, certain words are borrowed. Right. So
I was just not some type of fancy
ideas
that
gets
yeah. I was just not some type of
one
genetic fallacy.
Right.
I was just not a genetic fallacy.
So what was that?
So it was sounding like you were setting up some type of critique, right, about the origin of Christian faith, how you can trace it back to anthropology and how, what's borrowing from whom and what concept, etc. Which to I could reply, well, that's a genetic fallacy. It doesn't mean, even if so, it doesn't mean that therefore it's not some type of progressive revelation or real revelation from a God. It doesn't mean therefore it's false, but maybe I jumped the gun there.
Going with, right, so since it's a cultural phenomenon, right, so like it's very natural for human beings is to borrow ideas and these ideas evolve over time. So that's why you have variation of the same religious ideas, but in different parts of the United States, you would practice Christianity differently. So these are
right. So Ceylon or Ceylon, I cannot read it. Right. So the problem I have here is that the phenomena, right, that we're describing, like you have the God hypothesis or the Christian God hypothesis, which explains it, and you have your human anthropology explanation as to why religion might have evolved or came to be in a way it has, right? So you have different hypotheses explaining the phenomena, human religion. So is there an argument you're lining up, or are you just saying, well, this is just one of the explanations of why people are religious? What exactly are you doing? Are you making an argument or just an observation?
Well, no. I mean, generally, I don't tend to have a very strong view. I tend to talk about things and point to things, but I tend, it's best not to, like in anybody's case, it's best not to fix yourself onto something. So if you could pivot, it's always better, right? Then you have the freedom of choice rather than pinning yourself to that I belong to this. Once you say that, so no matter whether it's true or false, I've got to defend it now, right? So it's best to be that sort of a free-minded person so that you can think clearly, right? So having said that, so like if you've got a group of people, you need some form of moral code in order to exist, right? Otherwise, it will be just chaos, right? So religion actually serves a purpose of people living together, right? And that could come in so many different variety and flavor. I think it's important about how you think as well, right? So it sort of marks you as a person. So are you one of these sort of like a rigid